Hey, what's up YouTube? Welcome to another YouTube video. Today we're going to be learning about Golang. We're going to be making an API in Golang. We're not going to be doing the front end because I already posted how to do the front end in different videos. So if you're interested in doing the front end, you can watch my React and Redux toolkit tutorial videos in order to connect the API with the front end. But today we're going to be doing only Golang APIs. So let's go ahead and start with the project. Alright, so by the way, I'm going to be doing this in Vim, but you guys already know how to use VS Code. It's almost exactly the same. Think of this as an IDE, not an IDE, sorry, a text editor. So I'm going to be showing you guys almost exactly the same. So I'm going to go into my documents, Golang, and then here I'm going to create my new project. So make directory, and I'm going to call this coffee API. I'm going to go into my coffee API. There you go. And you guys can obviously open your VS Code. You'll see an empty project. This is meant to be like my side folder structure, which obviously right now is empty. So the first thing that we're going to do is the following: is create a create a Golang module. Okay, and as you can see, probably, let me make this a little bit bigger. So let me see how, all right, probably you guys should see, there you go. You guys should probably see better there. Okay, so I'm gonna do go mod init, and then I'm gonna give it my, github.com/arturfield/coffee/API. So there you go, and that is a file. That is my Go module file, where we're going to be using this. Think of this as the npm package manager. Here we're going to be importing libraries, importing any functionality that we may need. So yeah, we're going to be using this again as a package, kind of like the package.json file, if I may say so. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to create my folder. So I'm going to create a command folder. And then inside the command folder, I'm going to create a server folder, which, as you guessed, that's where our server is going to go. Then I'm also going to create a main.go. So that's where our main functionality is going to be implemented, as you might have guessed. So we're going to start with the package.main declaration, and then func main, and then let's do a print line. This works. So let's go with that. And what I'm going to do right now is go run, and let's see if this works. If not, I may have to point into the command /server /main.go, but let's see. Yeah, okay. So go run again, command server, and then main.go, and that works. Okay, so we have this folder structure working. So now the second thing that I want to do is set up our database, set up a Makefile in order to make some automatizations whenever we want to connect, some migrations and migration management, not queries, but scripts within the Makefile. That way we have everything in place so we can, develop with ease. So the first thing that I'm going to do, as I said, is going to create the Makefile. So there you go, that's our Makefile. Now, if you want to make sure that this works, here you declare like the instruction, And after that, kind of like Python, more or less, you have to indent the instruction. And I'm gonna go ahead and write go run, and then I'm gonna point to the command folder, and then server, and then main.go. Now, don't worry, we're gonna be making this a little bit easier in the future, but for now, I just want to make sure that this runs. So I'm gonna type make run, and as you can see in the terminal, it says this works. So we know that the Makefile works. Now, you may be following this, and it may not work for you. So what I'm going to do is, you gotta make sure that Makefile is installed. So install Makefile. So Mac OS. Probably you can do like some brew install. Make homebrew. There you go. Brew install make. There you go. So you can use homebrew for macOS. Probably you can also use it for Linux, but probably you can use sudo apt-get install Makefile for Linux. I don't see the installation. There you go. How to install sudo apt update, and then before installing a package, it's better not make version. This command will provide. So I'm not sure if in Ubuntu you already have it. Probably you already have it. And on Windows, I'm not sure. You're gonna have to also Google. But I recommend using Windows subsystem Linux. So just Google Windows YSL2, and then just follow the instructions if you want. Install Ubuntu, and then you can use the Makefile. That's what I do for work. So yeah, maybe I'll get a tutorial later on how to install Windows Linux subsystem or Windows subsystem Linux. Anyway, so that should be working now. So now the next thing that I want to do is create a Docker image. Now you don't need Docker desktop for this. You don't need, you need to have Docker installed, of course. So if you don't have Docker installed, go ahead and install that. But before that, I just want to get my notes so we can have the queries handy. All right, so now that we have everything set up, hopefully, the first thing that I'm going to do is, well, actually, I'm not going to declare the port yet, but we're going to be creating a Docker container. So I'm going to go ahead and declare constant like so, db docker container. Now this is going to be my coffee db, so coffee db. Binary name. So what is a binary name? Binary name. So whenever we want to create or build an executable with Golang, because that's how we will deploy the application in an EC2 at some point, or who knows, in another type of service, we will essentially create a binary for probably Linux and then run that binary. So the binary name will be the following: Coffee API. Coffee API. Okay, cool. And we will be using this instruction in a bit, so you'll see. Actually, this run, I'm gonna put it all the way at the end. So the next thing that we're going to do is create our Postgres Docker container. So Postgres is gonna be Docker run name. So that is gonna be the name of our DB Docker container. P for port. So in which port is this Postgres database server going to be running at, which is a port 5432, colon 5432, because that's the default Postgres. So that's like in which port inside of the Docker container will it run, and in which port of ours will it run. So that's what those numbers are. So Postgres user. To make our lives easier, this is for development, this is not for deployment. So for now, let's go with this. Obviously for deployment, you will probably use a user that is safe and a password that is safe. Or probably you can use like an Amazon RDS, and that's way safer. But for development, I want to do this because this is really easy to set up. So we're gonna go ahead with this. So that's the instruction to create our Docker container. So make sure that you have Docker. So I have Docker. So now I can run in my instructions. That's what's cool about the Makefile. Run. I can press PO and tab, and it should select the Postgres. Or probably I need to save it. There you go. Docker name, CoffeeDB, Postgres, Alpine, Docker reference format, repository name must be lowercase. Repository name. What am I missing? Let's see. The DB container, from what I remember, looks fine. Docker on. Postgres user root, that's fine. Postgres password secret, that's fine. Postgres Alpine, that's fine. What am I missing here? I don't have anything running, so that should be fine. Not that I need this right now. It says invalid reference format, repository name must be lowercase, see Docker help, make error, okay. Make Postgres. So definitely something wrong in the command. Let's check this. Alright, so I was just testing this. Probably I had a typo. I don't know exactly where I had the typo, but I don't know if you see this. I just re-executed the command right now while debugging, and if you see an ID like this, then it means that the container was created. So I'm gonna type that again, and it'll tell me a container already exists. So make Postgres. And the container name coffee is already in use. So that means that it was created at the first time successfully. All right, cool. So now that we have that container, the next thing that we want to do is create the DB inside the container. So I'm going to do create DB Docker exec for execute command. We're going to be pointing to our container name. We're going to say create DB with the username also root, well, which is the user that we specified here, right? And same thing with the password. Actually, I don't think it's asking us for a password. Well, actually that would be for the connection. So yeah, we don't need a password right now because we're just creating the database. We don't need a database, of course. I mean a password to declare right here. So the owner who's going to be like having rights to read, write, update and whatnot, this is going to be the owner, and the name of the database. So I can call this coffee DB. Now, probably I should have made myself a favor and I should have called this coffee API container. And this is actually the DB. This one is not really the DB. This is the Postgres container. So I just want to make sure that you guys are aware of that. So this is creating the container with Postgres software. And then this is actually creating the database, creating the coffee DB inside the Postgres container. So I just want you guys to be aware of that. It's a very important distinction. Now, the other thing that we're going to be using is SQL X, I believe. So let's actually let's Google SQL X. Golang SQL X. Map string type, nope. I actually want to use, or maybe it's migrate version. No, I don't want the migration version. I want the migrate version. Okay, so sorry, migrate. Migrate install Golang. Migrate CLI. So that's what we are going to be using. It doesn't, how can I put this? I believe there's a lot of tools that you can use instead of this. I believe we could also use SQL CLI. SQL CLI. SQL X CLI. Yeah, but you need... Okay, SQL X CLI. Actually, I may want to use this instead. I don't think it'll be a problem. So let's go ahead actually, and let's go ahead with SQL X CLI. Yeah, let's go ahead and let's do SQL X CLI. So let's go ahead and install this. I already have it, but you know, for the sake of the tutorial, I'll go ahead and install that. Because I have it for some like ROS projects, but in this case, this is not a ROS project. So I want you guys to be able to follow along with no problem whatsoever. Okay. So let's set this up. Okay. So now that we have the SQL CLI, let's go ahead and add that make instruction so we can automate this later. So I'm gonna go ahead and do migrate up. So this is my migrate up instruction, and I'll explain what this will do. So migrate run, migrate run, okay. Oh, actually I want to create my migrations first, of course. So I'm gonna go ahead and do create migrations SQL X migrate or add I don't know if that's very recursive. I don't believe it is, but I'll have to look that up. But essentially this, what I know is that this command will create the up migration, the initial up migration, and the initial down migration. So let's go ahead and do make create migrations. So I don't know if you noticed, but I have a new file, a new folder and new files here. So let me expand this a little bit so you can see. And this is my migration down. So if I want to revert my initial migration, I can just run the down. And this is my initial migration for you know, creating the tables and whatnot. So this is where we're going to be putting all our create tables. So I'm going to be doing the following. I'm going to create, let's go with something simple. And I'm going to do create extension if not exists UUID OSSP. That's fine, yeah. Then create table if not exists, and we're gonna call this table coffees because these are going to be the different coffees. Now each coffee is going to have a unique ID, so this ID will be of type UUID, and this will be obviously the primary key. I actually want to get rid of this. Alright, primary key, not null, default UUID generate v4. So what this will do is that every time we create a coffee, it'll create a coffee, it'll create its ID with the UUID automatically, which is a lifesaver. So now we're also gonna have the name of the coffee. I'm here doing this how do I say it? I'm not improvising a little bit, but I'm trying to, like, I guess, add to what I had in the notes. So what do we care for the coffee? We want the name of the coffee, obviously. What type of coffee? So type or roast level, I guess. So roast. We can make this an enum later, but it can be medium, high, or dark roast. Light, medium, dark roast. Name and region. So region will include country, and like in, say, in the United States, you have West Coast, East Coast, and whatnot. So we'll leave region to that. We'll add price because I think it's important to know the price, and since I personally care how fine I want to grind this bean, grind unit. So how thin or thick do I want the dust or the grounded coffee to be done in order to get a good cup of espresso? So that's how I'm going to leave it. So this is going to be variable character, and it cannot be null. Same with the roast, varchar not null. Same for the region, varchar not null. Price, we want probably double, not null, because that is not going to be an integer. It can be a float because it can have cents. So we're gonna leave it like that. Grind a unit, that can be an int, not null, because it can be either 1 or 2. It cannot be 1.5. And then lastly, I think this is good, database management, created at, which is going to be of type timestamp, and with time zone default now, and then updated at, same thing. So I'm just going to copy this, There you go. And we'll probably need to get that last comma. All right. So we have that. That is going to be our table. Now let's go to the drop or to the down migration. So drop table coffees. All right. So I'm gonna save that. Just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Drop table if exists, so it doesn't give us an error. Drop table if exists. All right, so that should be it. So let's go ahead and test that. So I'm gonna go to my Makefile. Let's give us a bit more space. So migrate up. Following requirements were not provided. Database. I need the database connection, of course. A very important detail. I forgot to run the Docker container, of course. Very important. Because if I don't have my database running, obviously I cannot do any migrations. So let's here at the start Docker container. Do I want to do start? No, start Docker. Yeah, that's fine. Start Docker. So I'm going to do Docker start db Docker container. Now, something that I also like to do is create a stop other Docker containers. So what I'm going to do is stop other Docker containers, stop containers, and this is going to be echo stopping other Docker containers. So now we're going to be using a little bit of bash script, but it's not too complex. So here what I'm doing is I'm using a little bit of, I guess, string interpolation, you can say, or variables interpolation. So what I'm going to do is making sure to list all the Docker containers if there are any. So I'm saying if there is a list of Docker containers, then I'm gonna obviously echo this. So found and stopped containers. So I haven't stopped them yet. This is the command docker stop, and then I'm gonna be using this as my command to stop all the list. Docker ps quit. If there are no Docker containers found, echo no active containers found. So yeah, if the Docker ps doesn't return anything, then it means that we don't have any Docker containers running. So I just want to correct that to say Docker properly, and F5 for finishing if statement. So let's go ahead and do that. Right now I think we have the postgres. Let me put this here. So I'm not going to touch anything, see how the CoffeeDB container is running. I'm going to go ahead and do stop make stop containers. Unexpected and on file. Okay, so I probably have one small typo. Oh, I'm probably missing the semicolons, and you'll see what else I'm missing. Then, okay. So I want to add that. And here too. Very important. Stop containers. Stuff echo found else. Line 1 syntax error. Okay, so probably I just have like a dumb typo somewhere. Echo found stop containers. Docker stop else echo no active found fi. So I think I was missing just this right here. So before it was like that, so I just added that there. See this here, the / I guess. So let's try that. I haven't tried this yet, so there you go. Found and stop containers. Okay, so now it works. It was that. So now I can go ahead and do make start Docker. So now you can see the coffee DB. Perfect. So that's automated. Now I want to be able to run the migrations. So now let me check my notes. Migrate run. Okay. Migrate are I'm gonna try this. I trying to, do something faster. I may have to like rewrite something, but let's try this. Make migrate up. Yeah. The following requirements were not provided. Database URL. Okay. All right, so actually let me try this because I actually like SQLX better than migrate, to be honest. So I really want to make this work. So let's see if this works. I'm gonna do database URL and then the database URL, which following, even if this is in Docker, would be postgres. This would be the user, which in my case is root, the password, which is secret, the host, which is localhost, the port 5432, then the name of the database, which is, this one right here, right, CoffeeDB. So I'm just gonna copy the word, paste it. Obviously that goes in there. CoffeeDB. For now, let's do SSL mode equal disable. And I believe that's it. So let's try migrate up. Database error return from the database. CoffeeDB does not exist. Did I not run create DB? Make create DB. All right, so now let's run again the make migrate up. Okay, it's gonna migrate. While executing migration error return from database syntax error at or near create. Okay. So now let's go ahead and fix that. So this in the up. Oh, probably I missed a semicolon. You know how these things are. I'm gonna go back to my make. Okay. Make migrate up. Double does not exist. Probably I just should have chosen a simple int rather than be fancy. I just want to check the migrations that I have. What do you mean double does not exist? Is it float? it should exist. Okay. Let's go with this. Create table with double PostgreSQL. Numeric types. So maybe name small integer. Now the other thing that I really create a table of two types. Create a table with double in PostgreSQL. Float. I guess float. I'm not a big fan of. I guess I don't know. Does MySQL have double? Why do I put double? Okay, I guess float. Let's try this again. All right, yeah, so it was it was a float. Okay, so as you can see here, the migration was applied properly. Now, the last thing that I want to do is to set up the database connection. I'm going to be using Table Plus. By database connection, I mean database connection to a database manager. So let's see, I want to go and click the plus. And you can use this on pgadmin. I just don't like pgadmin. I think it's unnecessarily complex. Name, this is going to be the Coffee DB YouTube. Host, that's fine. Port, I believe I can leave it like that. User, remember that we use root. Password, secret. Database, Coffee DB all together. SSL mode, I believe I had it disabled. Edit connection, okay, probably I missed root localhost. Okay, yeah, that's fine. What am I missing? Port, other options, nope. Let's go to the Makefile. SSL mode disabled, yeah, localhost. Postgres secret, coffee with 1E. Wow, I put it with 1E. Okay, that's my mistake. Hopefully you guys either put it with 2 E's, or if not, it doesn't matter. But that's why I was not getting the connection before. I cannot make this bigger, but let's see if I can make view like zoom in or yeah, no, there's no way that I can zoom this in. So sorry guys. Yeah, no, even tried zooming in. But anyway, these functions are functions that come with the UUID installation that I did here. So this right here, right? This create extension, if not access UUID OSOP. Those are all those functionalities, or I'm not sure if, yeah. Create or replace function, yeah. Those are all the functions that essentially create the UUID, which are very useful. And you really don't want to do that on the Golang side. If you can avoid it, you could handle that on the Golang side, but if you can do this on the database, why not? And you really don't have to touch any of the functions. Everything is done for you. So now that is your coffees table, properly written, with the ID, the name, the roast type, the region, price, grind unit, created at, updated at. Now, even though this is a type string, the roast, on the Golang side, we could try to handle it as an enum, We'll see how fancy we get, but yeah, we'll deal with that on the Golang side. Now let's try the migrate up. Let's say that you didn't, migrate down. Make migrate down. Don't I have the, yeah, probably I don't have the command written yet. So let's say that you didn't like something and you want to update it. A quick way to do it is just to migrate down and then update your SQL script and then recreate the migration. Probably there's also alters. You could use alter table, but I find this faster. But you know, that's really, I guess that's up to you. So to migrate down, we are going to also provide the URL. Migrate revert. So revert. Let's see if this works. Migrate. There you go. So it seems that the reversion was done properly. So if I do command R, you don't see the coffee table anymore. But I'm gonna do migrate up again, and you should see the table coffees again. So that's very useful. So now we have a good deal of our application done in terms of setup. I know that this took a while, but you know, I've seen a lot of tutorials that they don't go over this, and this is very important to have everything in place. All right, so we already have all the basic setup with the database connection to the, at least, you know, with the migrations, with the Makefile and whatnot. Right now we don't have anything regarding Golang, but we're gonna go ahead and start that now. So the first thing that I want to do, let me just open my notes. Okay. What would I want to start with? Well, apart from the main file, obviously, that's very important. Let's start with the folder structure actually, because I think that's also something that's very overlooked. So I have my command and my server, and that's like a standard when people do Golang. So we're gonna leave it like that. The other thing that I'm going to do is create a well, I'm not gonna call it DB. Let's actually quit this. Okay, let's go ahead and I'm gonna create my services. All right, so those are going to be the files that you know, speak directly. I don't know if speak is the proper word, but the ones that interact with the database directly. So we're gonna have the services folder right there. So I'm gonna do something somewhat similar to Nest.js. Sorry. I'm also going to add a handlers. So handlers and routes are, you know, interchangeable. You know, these are route handlers. So you can call it either routes, you know, the folder routes, or the folder handlers. So they're interchangeable. Or even controllers. I can call it controllers. Yeah, why not? I can call it controllers. If you want to change the name, by all means. I definitely want to create some helper functions that we're going to use. So helpers, and this is going to be where JSON functionality is going to be written at. So we have helpers, middlewares. So if we get to that point, we have JWT authentication and whatnot. So that's why we're going to put our middlewares, controllers. What else am I missing? Oh, and the last thing, we want to create a router. So I guess this could be a file on its own, but I don't want to make it confusing, so I'm gonna call it router. I'm gonna add the router.go, so as you can guess, this is where our routes are going to be declared. And I do have it separate from the controllers. You may see in like Java or you know, some other frameworks and programming languages where like the controller and the router go hand in hand. Here, for simplicity purposes, I'm gonna separate it, and this will be a lot easier. So we'll leave it like that. Okay, so we have all of that set up. Just want to check one more thing. Okay. Yeah, that's it. Okay, cool. So now let's go ahead with the main.file. Do I want to? Yeah, no, let's go ahead with the main.file. I was going to update the Makefile, but let's add something into the Makefile because right now we don't have anything right there. So right now this is pretty empty, if I may say so. So let's go ahead and start adding some functionality to this. So I'm gonna get rid of the print statement because we're not gonna need it. I'm gonna add a struct called config. So this is going to be a struct. This is gonna have a property called port, and the port is gonna be of type string. Now this is uppercase in case we may want to use it across other files, so I'm gonna leave it uppercased. Same with the application, so type application struct, and it's gonna have a property of type config, so its property is going to be of the type of the struct that we just declared here. So that's the name, and this is the type. So the type is this right here. This is just the name, and we uppercase it in case that we want to use this property across other files. Then we have the models. So the models are going to be the properties of the application. So which models is the application going to be handling? So we're going to be getting the models through the services, because the services are the ones interacting with the DB directly. But for now, I'm actually going to delete this right here. Otherwise, you know, this won't work. Then before I go into my main, I want to go ahead and create our serve or run functionality. So application. So what am I doing? What I'm doing here is I'm creating a parameter called app of type pointer to the application, right? I'm going to be adding a serve method to this application struct. Could I add it here? Yes, I could, but it's just cleaner to do it in this way. So it's just cleaner to append this serve method to the application struct. So here I'm going to declare my port os.getEnv port, and I'll explain what this is. And I'm gonna have to declare this in a bit. Okay, so OS, operating system, get environment, variables, port. Where are we gonna get this from? We're gonna get this from our Makefile, at least for development. Yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and create our Makefile. at least for development. But you know, this .env variables are going to be saved, I guess, on the OS. So just be aware. So I just wanna make sure that I have everything for my env declaration. Okay. So DSN, that's what I'm going to use to set all the local environment variables. So host equals local, or localhost, port. Actually, do I want to do that right now? I'll do this right now, but that's not really what we're at. I'm just going to declare the port 8080. We'll set the DSN later in order to build the binary, which I'm probably going to have to do it in a bit, but let's go step by step. All right, so now we know that this is going to be 8080. All right, so we have that. Now we are going to create our server. So server equals add http dot server. The address is going to be the port that we're going to provide. So we're going to use the format string. So we're going to be using this, and actually is string print format. So let's go to the beginning. So s print f. There you go. And you know, if we want to print it, we can put that. And handler. I need to create the router. So for that, I'll probably need the router. So for now, I'm just gonna leave it like that. Missing before new line. Okay. Undeclare name HTTP. So I have to import this from the HTTP module. There you go. So just see how here I have the HTTP declared. Okay. Actually not here. Okay. So I have the server, and then I just do return serve listen and serve. Too many return values have error one. Oh, forgot to put error here. So we have the return type error. So this is how Golang sometimes works. So this is the pointer to the struct where we're going to be appending the method serve, and this is the return type error. Why do we want a return type error? Well, in Golang, either the error is nil, which is a good it's a good sign, or we want the actual error, right? So if we return this, means that we actually execute some function, and the error is nil. So that's what's going on here. On the main function, then I want to go ahead and create my config structure. So I'm gonna create it like so. Port, it'll be equal to my OS Gideon v port. Probably I can use a global port, and you know, outside of the application serve in main, and not like re-type this. Let me see if I can do that. So I'm gonna cut that, paste that. I'm gonna put that there and expect flat. Okay. So var port, and then config. Let's see if I can like. All right. So there you go. Global port variable for both main and serve. Okay, yeah, because we don't want to repeat, you know, declaring a bunch of stuff twice. Okay, so that's there. Okay, so let's keep them going. So config.port is equal to port, which is a global variable that I just moved in line 14 as you currently see. DSN, which is a domain service network. No, domain service. DSN. DSN. What is that here? It's like the DSN is kind of like the URL to connect to the postgres through the Golang app. Domain service network. I don't think it stands for that. But now we're going to go ahead and create that variable. So I'm gonna go ahead and type os.getEnv and DSN. So now on the Makefile, now I'm going to create the DSN variable. Alright, so host equals localhost port 5432, user root, password equals secret, DB name is equal to misspelled coffee DB, SL mode equal disable, time zone equal UTC, connect timeout equal 5, and then we'll live like that. Also, yeah, let's go ahead and create the, now that we're here, let's go ahead and create the run, since we're going to be running our application, you know, right now that we have almost everything set up in the main Go file. So here we're going to create the build instruction. So whenever we build, we want to like probably say something to the terminal. So building backend binary, API binary. So go build, we want an output with the name of the binary name, and we're gonna find all the code that we need inside of the command server slash, and everything that's dot go. But in this case, inside of the command and server folder, we should only have the main.file. So we could get away by just writing main.go. And then build binary built. So once we do that, echo binary built. So let's go ahead and run that just to test. There you go. Make build. DSN declared but not used. So Command line. Okay, main.go disintegrate will not use. Okay, so that is giving us an error in the main.go. So let's go to our main.go file. So, oh, duh. Of course, we need to either use it or get rid of it. So let's make use of it. DB connection, and then either it'll return us a connection or an error. So db dot connect postgres DSN. Where do I have the DB? All right. Yeah, on declare name DB. Yes. Actually, do you close the connection? Then we connect postgres. Let me see something. All right. We are missing also a couple other things. I forgot to write this file. This file is very important, otherwise obviously this won't run. Just want to see how much can I write without having to, have, the full-fledged all the different entities. I just want to have the main running. So I think that's the DB. All right, so let's go ahead and do the following. I'm gonna go create one more thing. This is going to be the DB folder, and this is going to be a folder where we're going to have our database instance and struct and whatnot. So db.go package db. We may have to install a few packages, but that's fine. So the first thing that I'm going to do is create a db struct. This is going to be pointing to a library. On the current name SQL. So we're gonna have to install some packages, and we can just do we can do go get. So we're gonna do the following: github.com jackc pg connection. We're gonna do also go get jackc pgx version 4, also pgx version 4 standard lib, and go get github.com lib pq. Okay, so now if we go to the go mod file, we should see all these new files, the jackc and the pq and whatnot, whatever we just installed. So that's fine. We're gonna go to our db.go and continue, and we're gonna create our db connection variable, and we're going to be using this here in order to create a testing functionality you'll see right now, and that is actually really useful in order to make sure that our database connection works. So max open DB connection. So this is a connection pool of 10. Const max idle DB connection. So how long will we allow the connection to be idle? Const max DB lifetime. So I guess that like every time we'll close the connection after 5 minutes. And we're probably, sorry, this should be an equal, and this should be a times, and we probably need to import the time library. Also, we probably need to import the SQL from database SQL. That's fine. And then let's go ahead and let's create our first we're gonna go ahead and create our test DB connection. So I'm gonna do func test DB dsql.db error, because we're going to return an error in case that the test DB function doesn't return anything. So we're going to say error equal to database ping. So if error does not equal nil, we want to let our console know. So format print line error, and we'll pass the error variable and return the error. Otherwise, we want to let the console know that we pinged the database successfully, that there was a successful database connection with Postgres, not necessarily with our specific, because there's actually no URL for ours. So this is just in terms of like the Postgres driver, not ours. We will though create our database connection function right now. So function connect Postgres. We're gonna pass a DSN, so that's the variable we're creating of type string. We're going to be appending this. We're going to be returning a pointer to DB or an error. So we're going to return both a database connection and an error, where the error should be nil if all goes well. So SQL open PGX, so we're going to be using that driver with our DSN. If we have an error, or if the error variable is not nil, means something went wrong. So we'll return a nil pointer, but we'll return the error. So database connection, set max idle connections to the max open DB connections. This should be to the idle. Max idle DB connections, then set max open connections to the max open DB connections. I'm actually going to put the open ones above and the idle ones below. Then set con max lifetime to max DB lifetime variable that we have over here. So all these three go in here. Now we're going to set the error to test DB connection, and we're hoping that there are no errors, therefore the error should be nil. But if the error is not nil, then we return a nil pointer to our DB connection and an actual error. Otherwise, we just keep on going with a DB connection, DB equals to D. That we just declare return DB connection. So if all goes well, we actually return the pointer to the connection and nil with error. So dbcon db undefined. dbcon.db. Yeah, I need to use uppercase. And not enough arguments in code to test db. Oh, I need to pass d. Okay. So now that I have all this file created, now I can go back to my main.go file and finish our setup. And I know it's a lot of setup, but you guys have no idea how everything is going to be smooth sailing after this. And I haven't seen yet people setting the project like this. I like to take my time and have everything properly set up. So now we're going to import that. So if you see here, now I have the module right here. So now after the DB connection, then I can go ahead and do, you know, error checking. A little bit repetitive in Golang, but you know, that's Golang for you. So log fatal cannot connect to database. Then if all goes well, if it doesn't go well, then we'll defer and close the DB. Otherwise, we'll create our application structure, referencing our application struct that we created with the config type. I'm going to add some lines here so I don't have to be scrolling all the time. Config CFG, which is what we have over here, right? We're not gonna have models yet. And then the last thing that we need to do is serve our application. And same thing. If error does not equal nil. Now, I don't know if this error is like a new thing. Yeah, okay, never mind. So I'm gonna leave it like that. Just want to see if it was a new way of handling errors. Probably not. There you go. So that is our main functionality. We still have to add the GitHub locals could not import. I don't know where that is from. Do we have any errors? No? Okay, good. So now I can do make stop containers. Make start Docker. Okay. Make run. Cannot connect unknown driver pgx forgotten import in the main.go. What am I missing? So I know that the pgx driver is used in the db.go, so probably that's where our error is. So let's go ahead there. Yeah, I am missing a lot of imports there. Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and import this manually. I should be getting like some sort of, I mean, sure, we install them, so we should use them, but also I would have expected my linter to tell me like, hey, you're missing this and this and this functionality, but apparently it didn't tell me. So version 4, let's go ahead and stdlib, and then lib.lib/pq. Okay, cannot import module, no required module provides package github.com/jackc pg connection. I just installed that. What is this? Modgo. I don't get it. I just installed that. So I'm gonna like open and close my Vim just to make sure that everything is up to date. I don't think it's a buffer problem, but you never know. It takes like 1 second for the linter to come up. Oh, I guess it was a buffer. Alright, so let's try it again to do the make run. Well, at least we got a new error. Failed to connect to host private temporary dial Linux. Connect no such file or directory. Cannot connect to database. Failed to connect to blah 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 blah. Okay. Okay. I may be missing my, probably I'm missing setting the DSN in the run. Instruction. So here, run, yes. Yeah, here I need to set my DSN because that will set the environment variables. Again, I know it may seem like a lot of work right now, but once you have everything set up, it's such a breeze to work with. And when you get good with Makefiles, it's also really good. So I guess this is good practice. So echo starting db docker container. So, you know, in case that we don't have we haven't run the start docker container command, we can just like go ahead and just use make run. Echo, let me make more space. Starting API. So here is where we set the env variables. There you go. So port, it's equal to port, and then DSN is equal to DSN. And we're going to be using the binary name. And we are also going to echo backend started. Or API started. All right, so why am I not using the go run? Because we want to always run the binary, and that's how we are going to be executing this on the server. So we're actually going to be using the build command, right? So what this is doing is like, when you run this, first run the build command. So we're gonna run and create a binary or an executable. Once we create the executable, we're going to make sure we have the DB containers running. You can even also, like, every time you run this, echo stopping any stopping other Docker containers. So you can also, you know, run the, I think you can just put stop containers like so. So it'll run the build. Once it runs the build, then it runs the stop containers. Once it runs that, then it runs the Docker start for, you know, the command to start your container. Then it sets the environment variables, and then also runs the executable. So just so you guys see this in action, I'm gonna do make run. So that's their building. I'm just gonna go step by step, even though we have an error, but that's fine. So building the binary, binary built, then stopping our Docker containers, file stop container, stopping the container, then start it. Then we already move on to the Docker start right here, right? So starting db docker, right? Docker start, starting API started. So it is almost running properly. We can actually get rid of this because the stop containers command already has an echo, so we can get rid of that. I believe we can also even do start Docker, and we can get rid of these two lines and not repeat ourselves. Also, I want to add the make stop, because this is, if it's successful, this will be running on the background, so we want something to stop this. So let's go ahead and do that. Echo stopping backend, because when you run this, you can just do control quit, and this will be running on the background. So you want to make sure that whenever you want to stop your backend, you actually kill the process. So sigterm f binary name, and that's what that command is doing. Echo stopped backend. Well, now that we're here, I'll do the restart, which is just stop and start. So whenever you know, have a fix, you can just run restart. Anyway, let's try again this make run. Sorry, where did I put start? Sure. Okay, let's go ahead and do the SQL thing again. Parameter unrecognized connection connect timeout. Okay, so we have a typo probably here. Connect. Nope. So maybe on our main. No, in the Makefile. This is connect timeout. All right, so that's one typo. Let's see if we have anything else. CoffeeDB, okay, no. So I'm gonna do make stop just in case. I don't think anything is running either way, but hey, there you go. Starting API. API started successfully. Ping database successfully. I don't see the port. Also, it looks funny without the 3 stars here. So I'm just gonna do, well, now you can see the make restart in action. So ping database successfully, cool. That is what I wanted to see. Main.go. Oh, I also wanted to print this. No. Let's go to the main.go. Let's go. Do I want this in the main? No, I want this in the serve. So serve. Did I put port global? Yes. So if I put port global, then I want to do the following. Let's print API listening on port. So I'm gonna go ahead and do make restart. There you go. API listening on port 8000. Perfect. Now we don't have any routes, and I know I took my time, but this will give you a really good setup on how to start your project. You have migrations, you have your database connection, you have everything laid out. Obviously, the next thing is to create the routes, but I'm gonna stop right here, and we'll continue with the tutorial later. Okay, so by the way, you probably see me with a little different t-shirt and whatnot. That's because I'm recording this on a different day. So yeah, just so you guys are aware in case that you see some differences in the way things look. But anyway, so I'm just gonna go where we were at before I pause this. I'm gonna open my Makefile, and I'm gonna make this. I'm gonna maximize this. So essentially, we already have the Docker container running, the connection to the database, the migrations up and down. We had the restart command. We had the main application working. And I believe that's it. Now, I mean, we have still a lot of stuff to do, but we have a good deal done. So if I go ahead and do make run, it'll first stop any Docker container that is running. It'll start the Docker container that we have. It'll build the binary, set the local environment variables, and run the binary. So let's do that. And as you can see, I don't know if you can see that I'm scrolling here with my cursor, but essentially here, and probably this you can see better. So there it's building the binary, then binary is built, stopping Docker containers, no Docker containers active found. So now we start a Docker container. We create you can see the CoffeeDB container running with the Docker DB. Starting API, I'm missing a G there. API started. We test the connection to the Postgres server not to our database. So when you see the ping database, it means the database driver, I guess. And then the API started listening on port 8080. So we have those things in place, which is good. So now, by the way, I can exit and this is still going to be running, which is cool about having the binary. You have that process running, and which is why we also created a command that will stop that process. So now the next thing that we need to do is start creating all these other things that we have. So the most important things that we need to create are, well, first we want to create, it's not that it's the most important, but the first thing that I personally would want to create are the models, which should be, I don't know if I should separate the models within the services. The thing is that we can easily create the models inside of the services. But if you feel like it's even more readable to have the models separate from the services, go ahead. I am not going to do so, so I'm just going to have everything inside of my services folder or services package. So I'm going to start with the coffees models. So let me get out my notes. And yeah, let's go ahead with the first models. So the first model that I'm going to create, as I said, is my coffee model. Now this is going to have, well, you have to declare the package, which is service in this case. We are going to declare the struct, which we also want to export, which is why we're going to uppercase it. And that has to be struct. So struct, okay, cool. The coffee now, normally what I like to do is refer to my migrations. So if I go to migrations ops, so what you see right here, I gotta make sure that I have an ID. I'm gonna uppercase it in Golang. Don't worry that this uppercased when we actually do JSON, which is why we declare this as it is. That's how it's going to be displayed. So we have the ID. I'm just gonna put everything, every variable first, and then we put the typings. So name, type of roast, the region, the price, the grind unit, created at, and updated at. Okay, so now that we declare those variables, well, now that we have all that written, let's go ahead and put the types. So the name is going to be of type string, and then here, same thing, JSON. This is going to be name. Almost every single variable will be of type string, so I'm just going to head and copy this. Okay. Let's do that. Actually, I could have done something easier. That's fine. Oh well. Okay, so we have that, and now let's go variable by variable and change this into roast. This is region. That should be price. That is grind unit. So that is going to have an underscore. So grind unit. Created at. Updated at. And these are of type, is it daytime? No, it's not daytime. I think it's time. Time dot time, I believe. Then I have to import time. Okay. Yeah, time dot time. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and save that. So that is the way our model will look like. So this should be fine. Now we're gonna go ahead and create the service that will be interacting with the database. Well, the services. So we're gonna have the create, read, update, and delete. And I can probably close this. So this is why I rather have a model written here instead of the service, because otherwise I would just I would have an extra file for every single entity, which I don't think is necessary. So that's why I rather do it this way. But again, you guys go ahead and feel free to change it to your liking. So I'm gonna go ahead and call this C for coffee. There's gonna be a pointer to the struct that we just created. And again, because as I explained before, it's just easier to write the methods this way. So this is gonna be get all coffees. That's the name of the function. We don't pass any parameters. This is gonna return a slice, or slice is the same as an array, is just more flexible. But there's going to be a slice of pointers. So we're going to be giving the reference to the, well, not the reference, but the pointers where all these structures will reside on the heap. Don't worry too much about the technicalities. Long story short, we're just returning an array of coffees. That's it. Which later we will deal with the conversion, JSON formatting, and whatnot. So CTX is the context, so which we will also create in a bit. Or we will cancel the request, so context with timeout context, and this is the database context, by the way. So either we get the context from the database, or we just cancel the connection or the query. So db timeout, and otherwise let's defer cancel. Okay, and now that we have that deferred cancel, we can go ahead and start our query. So we're going to declare a query like so. And by the way, people that haven't done Golang that extensively, you may notice that sometimes I declare variables with var, like for example var coffee, or I declare some other stuff like text equals to hello. Let me delete the query for now. So what is the difference? By the way, as you can see, it says declared but not used. So this is a valid declaration. This is a valid declaration too. But if I move this outside, expected declaration found text. This is actually not valid. This actually won't compile. I believe it should give me an error, but let's see. Make restart. I guess because I'm not using this file, it won't crash, or it won't like give me an error. But when we do use this, that will probably give me an error. I remember perfectly, because This type of declaration it's only valid inside functions. And what is this Morse symbol? So long story short, I don't know if you guys remember, but in Python, you actually declared variables like this. Like, for example, you can declare example equals hello. So that is a declaration. So for the first time, you're declaring example, or example equals test. So now you're redeclaring the variable, or you're not redeclaring, sorry, you're reassigning the value. And you can even go further in Python and do this, and that's totally fine. The problem now begins here. Example equals 5. So I mean, right now it's actually a little bit evident, where probably you would guess because of scope, this would be an initial, well, not an initial, it would be a declaration rather than reassigning. But here, it's difficult to follow, and this is very visual, where you know that this is the first instance, or the declaration of the variable example, and then these next ones are just a different value assignment. So that's why we use it's called the walrus symbol, but that's the idea behind. So you have a little bit more of an idea when it like became to inception, or to, became to existence. So that's the idea. Just so you guys are aware. And this, if you see two variables, it's because this, just as you saw before, this function here returns two values. It returns a context, or it returns an error, or a cancel function, which is what we will use in case that we don't get the context. So this won't execute if we do get the context. Kind of like a throw, or I wouldn't say try catch, but you could think of it like that. Anyway, so now I'm gonna go ahead and, as I said, I'm going to declare my query. So what we're going to do is we're going to select, and I actually like to do it this way because if you do select all from coffees, there's some, you open, actually let's make it simple. If I see an error, then I'll declare every single attribute that I may be interested in, but for now this should be fine. From coffees, select everything from coffees. Okay, I just want to make sure up. I actually want to do the opposite, but whatever. And there you go, that's what I want to do. Okay, select all from coffee. So now we have the query. So once we have the query, if all goes well, will return all the rows with the coffees, or an error if not all goes well. We're going to execute the query with the context of the database. We're going to pass a context as the first parameter, the query as the second parameter, and this is just handling errors. Biennial, meaning we're not going to return a slice of coffees, we're just going to return an error if we see something like this happening. Okay. Alright, so now that we made that check, if we still are good, then, and this is not games, this is coffees, I don't know, I always get confused when I see my notes. We're going to declare our slice of coffee. So this is our slice of coffee, so you can think of it as a more extensive array. And we're gonna say for each rows, do the instruction that I put in between the for loop, and then go to the next until there's no more rows. And for each row, I'm going to declare a single coffee that later will push the coffee into the slice. This is going to be a variable of type coffee. And we're going to scan each row into our game struct. So scan, and I'm going to say, okay, assign, for each row and each attribute or each column within the row, reference our coffee.id. Then we have our coffee.name. We also have a coffee.roast. Also the coffee.price. Also the coffee.grind unit. Also the coffee created at, and actually that we don't get from, yeah, I'm thinking about create coffee created at, and then coffee.updated at. I just want the coffee created at, there you go, and coffee.updated at. And once we have that, then we can go ahead and check if no errors happen. I know this is something that people complain a lot about Golang, and you're going to see that, for the rest of your life if you code in Golang. So you better get used to do a lot of error handling. Alright, so we have that error handling, and then we're just going to append this into our coffees slice. So coffees, we're going to reassign our coffee slice by appending, using the append, passing the old instance of coffees with the new coffee that we just created, and reassign that to our new coffees slice. So that's the way we are going to push that value. And then this will be doing it every single time until we have no more rows. And then we're just going to return the coffees and the nil. And I need to get rid of that example. Okay. Undeclared name DB. Okay, probably I need to import the DB. Query context 2. Alright, let me close this so I can see query context not declared by package. Also DB timeout. Alright, I'm missing a lot of stuff apparently. Context time DB. Oh, something very important. Let's see, where did I put the, okay, that's fine, that's fine. That's fine. Alright, so I'm missing one very important model. This is not going to work if we don't have the application struct or the applications model, because there we're going to be passing all the models variable and the context, the db timeout, all of those variables that will help us. So I'm gonna go ahead and create the application.go file in order to declare our application structs. So type application struct. There we are going to declare application. Hold on a second. I think rather than application, I think I wrote it in a main file. Yeah. So actually, let's do this instead. Yeah, I already have the application on the main file. I just want to double check. Yeah, I already have it here. So we don't need that. We do need another file, but just not of name application. Let's call this. So I'm gonna rename it. I'm gonna call this main.go. So that's the main, kind of like the index.js. So think of this like whenever you have a folder and you have your index.js file, the main.go is kind of like our index.js for this services package. Here we're not going to be needing the application struct because we already have it and we're exporting it from our main.go file, and it should be there. So I wouldn't move it. I wouldn't create another file just like I did. No need to do that. What it is important is the following: the time for DB process with any transaction. So this is going to be the DB timeout constant. Timeout equals time seconds, so that is going to be 3 seconds. Then we're also going to get our DB pointer, or these are actually going to be like the driver that we're going to be using to do all the queries and all the functions and whatnot. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, already declared through package coffee API DB. Yeah, there I have it there. Alright, so let's do it like that then. And if I need it, I'll just rewrite it. So here we're going to create a pool. So the pools are ways of connecting to the database without wasting too many processes. You probably heard about pools before, but in case you haven't, that's, I guess, in a nutshell what pools are for. You create a couple of connections, that way you don't have to like waste, you're kind of like caching connections. So db pool return models, and we're going to create the struct model 2 right now. And right now Alright, I'm gonna leave it like that. Now let's go ahead and declare the model struct. So models, and this is going to contain, this struct is just going to reference all the models that we have in our application. So currently we're going to just be referencing the coffee model, and declare name DB. I don't think we need this pool. Create a new pool to cache data. I don't think we need this. Not right now, at least. Yeah, okay. So, alright, I'm gonna leave it like that. In the case that I need the db variable or the function new, then I'll come back here and I'll create it. To do check if needed. Okay, so we have that there. Now we can go back to our coffee service. Jesus Christ. Okay, yeah, that's some very few times you see that happening from them. Anyway, so we have that working. Query context not declared by package DB. Main services. Okay, so I do need it, but rather than referencing the package, bar db equals db. No, not that way. Alright, I guess I'm gonna have to go this route. It may give me an error, but already cleared. Yeah, that's fine. I don't care. I don't care that it's giving me an error. Okay. So let's go to coffee. Query context not declared by package to be. Jesus Christ, that should be on my main file. DB query context. Did I really redeclare it? Package TB. Should be, it shouldn't be unless the LinkedIn, well, okay, so it was just the import. Okay, my bad. Okay, now everything should be working. Yeah, so this looks good. And I can add a space there so we don't have that. So it looks a little bit neater, I guess. Okay, so we have the service. Now the next thing that we're going to do is create a controller. So that is going to be my coffee with double E, coffee.go controller. Package is going to be controllers. And let's go ahead and create our controller. So our first controller will be the get coffees. So function get all coffees. This is going to be of type write. So this is an HTTP writer or HTTP response writer. And then we're gonna have our request, which will be a pointer to the HTTP request. Now you may ask yourselves, why are we using pointers with request but not with response writer? Long story short, you use pointers when you don't know how much memory you're going to get, because we know what we are writing. And this is my supposition, or this is what I assume, is that because we know what we're going to write, we have more control. Whereas, at least in the function, we don't, or the HTTP request function doesn't know exactly what it's going to get, and we need to, use that pointer in order to point towards the request functionality. But I may be wrong. In a nutshell, you use pointers when you don't know how much memory you're going to use. So yeah. Anyway, so var coffees, that will be equal to our services dot coffee. So we're gonna get all the coffees, or we're gonna get an error, and this will equal to coffees dot get all coffees, where we don't need any parameters passed on the get all coffee service. So if the error is not nil, we're gonna do, for now I'll do the following. We're also missing some helper functions right now, but error. We'll change this right now, and then we'll return. Okay, if we don't get any errors, then we're going to go ahead and do, I always forget the unmarshal thing, which is why I always create helper functions, but now that I need it, so let me see if I can do this properly. Response error is equal to JSON coffee is great, Marshall, yeah, Marshall, no. Why is it doing that? JSON.Marshall, then I'm gonna pass the data that I want to Marshall. Okay, fine. So not that, I guess. Response declared, okay, and then I'm going to write that, so write header. I'm going to write that out, so that is going to be my response. I'm going to write my response. Get all coffees. Yeah, I need to use my all variable, obviously. JSON Marshall indent. Let's use Marshall indent. So this is gonna give me like a formatted JSON response. Now, I may be having I may be having some errors, but redo. Alright, I'm gonna leave it like that. Worst case scenario, we'll just write the helpers, but I wanted to avoid writing the helpers yet. So we have that controller. The last thing that we need to do is set up the router, connect the router to the main app, and get that going in order to see how the response looks like. We're probably gonna have to create a post router also, but let's go step by step. Alright, so let's go ahead with the router. So the router, by the way, we're going to be using Chi as library. Chi is I don't know why this is not working. I'm going to my notes and it decided to. There you go. So Chi is a routing library, so it helps you creating your routes in a very specific way. And I like it because it follows the standard Golang library, and I found it really easy to use. And it's good that it follows the standard library, because if something happens to the library, let's say it gets discontinued or wherever, passing what we're going to write into the standard library, it's actually so simple. But obviously you get like some additional functionality that makes the router nice to use. But all in all, it's very similar to like what the Golang language was written with. So that's why I like to use this library. So here I'm gonna go ahead and declare this as router, and I'm gonna create a new Chi router. We don't have any middlewares yet. We will create some middlewares soon, but not yet. We are going to use some cores, so in order to cross-ordering resource sharing, so in order to like pass information and whatnot between front end and back end, I'm gonna declare that. So within the handler, I'm gonna do cores options. So allowed origins will equal to a string array, or string array, which will contain the HTTP prefix and also the HTTPS. And with the star meaning like everything that goes afterwards. Allow methods, same thing. We're gonna pass an array of strings with a get, post, put, get, post, put, delete, and options. Then the allowed headers. So again, a string, accept, authorization, content type, and the cross certification token, or the CSRF token. It's not certification. It's I forgot the acronym meaning, but in order to not get I guess hacked. Then we have expose headers. So string link and allowed credentials true and max h equals to 300. Undeclared name chi. Could not import. Okay, I think I need to do go tidy. So go tidy is the linter actually brings the libraries that you need in order to use the chi library, as you can see, but we haven't installed that yet. So even though we're reference it, because the linter knows that we want to use that, we need to actually install those. So go tidy will automatically do the go get for each library that we don't have for us. Go mod tidy. There you go. Go mod tidy. That's the command. Just so you guys can see this one. Go mod tidy. All right. Missing return router. On declare name chi. That shouldn't give me an error. Alright, let's go step by step. So chi v5, then chi v5 middleware. Then cores. Yeah, could not import GitHub Go. No require module provides package. That should be there. Visual. Let's yank this. Let's go into our mod. Go mod. Alright, so the go mod tidy didn't do anything. So let's go ahead and install those libraries manually. I know there's a way to do it, like with a tidy. I may be forgetting how to do it properly, but controllers, no, we're in the router. Okay, so let's do that. So go get github.com, go /chi b5. GitHub go /chi. Oh, I'm missing the chi. So like, so what I'm missing is, what am I doing? Sorry. So what I'm missing is exactly the same thing, but with a chi there. Okay. So alright, I don't know, maybe I have to restart it. Anyway, I believe that should cover both the v5 and the v5 middleware package. Now the last thing that I need to do is import the course. Alright, so now I'm going to restart. No errors. Gonna quit this file, open it again, see if it it goes away. But it doesn't. What am I missing? Cannot import, cannot import. It's actually v5. Alright, so there's, it's giving me the go get package. So I'm gonna type go get package. I don't think it did anything. Let me see. Alright, I want to see something, because if I go into my mod file, in my go mod file, I should see Golang Chi v5. Okay, so that should be good enough. Alright, so I just added a sweater, so in case you see that like weird weird random hoodie appearing there. Anyway, so let's keep on going. So we were checking if we had installed the Chi router library, and it's right here, and that's all we need. So if I go into my router file, even though we are having these errors, I believe this still should be running. I don't know if this is not compiled or if there's something wrong happening there, but I believe we don't need that yet. The cores we do need. The middleware, we will need it, but not now. So we can leave it as it is. Even then, I'm gonna try to leave it as it is, and you know, once I have finished the router, I'll add it into my main.go file in the command folder, and then if something goes wrong, then we'll go ahead and fix that. So let's go ahead and create our coffee routes. So this will be our coffee routes. I want them uppercased, but there you go. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is go ahead and create my get coffees route. So this will be /API/v1. I like putting v1 because you can have a version 1 route. Then if you create another route that works a little bit different, you can put version 2 but still leave the version 1 working. That way there's not a lot of disruption between versionings. So it's just a nice way of dealing with version updates. So I like to do that with the APIs now more than you know, previous API developments. Anyway, so /API/v1/games. Now what we're going to pass through here is the controller functionality. So I'm gonna say controllers dot, and as you see, we don't have any controllers exported. So I probably need to declare that somewhere here. Let me get my notes. Where did I declare that? Controllers. I believe they should be just exported. So coffee controller, get all coffees package controllers. I think I'm gonna have to manually import that into our router. And so the way we import it is it'll have the name of whatever we put on our go.mod file, which in my case was this coffee API. And then as you can see, you know, the Go linter suggests me what to put. Okay, so I'm gonna put controllers dot and get all coffees. For some reason it's not. Let's see what's the problem. Imported but not used controllers. Maybe missing something here. Alright, so first thing is that I have a typo here. I have controllers rather than controllers. So let's go ahead and make those changes. So rename to controllers. So I'm going to change that folder that I can leave. Definitely I want to change the package name. So now if I go to the router, now this is going to be wrong because now we spell it properly. And now here we can make use of the proper spelling package. And I believe this is just kind of like a callback. So if you know JavaScript, you know that there's a callback where you don't actually have to like execute the function at that time, but rather just leave the function and then the router.get will execute that function whenever it gets its turn to be executed. Exactly like a callback in JavaScript. This one, it says it's not imported. So I'm gonna go ahead and do go get github.com/go/g/course. Alright, so I'm just gonna see if I can. Okay, I don't know why it's not. Could not import package go G course. Okay, that's interesting because it should be working. Yeah, I have no idea why it's not working. Okay, I'll deal with that in a bit because I don't want to like take too long with that. What else am I missing? Chi router, missing argument in conversion to Chi router. Oh, a new router. Okay, so that looks good. I believe I have everything that I need. Maxage, yep. Okay, that looks good. The only thing that it's not really working properly is the course. I'll take a look at it right now and see why is that giving me an error. Yeah, I don't see it. Maybe I have a typo and I'm not seeing it, but I don't see where I could be having this error. So I'm just gonna leave it like that. Or did it become part of like a main package maybe? HTTP handler. So RS, that's Rust, I would assume. Yeah, same error. Okay, yeah, that's fine. I'm just gonna move on. Now, something that I was, meanwhile I was taking a break, something that I observed is that if we go to our migrations, there is no image. And even though I'm gonna be using like the URL of another hosted image in, I don't know, whoever is using Amazon, like an S3 service, if we would implement that, we don't have an attribute right now where this would be image of type varchar not null. So what happens there? We just made we made all the migrations, we have the table, connection to server, okay, let me just do make run, where it should handle the disconnection, connection, all that stuff. System is starting up. The database system starting up. Okay, probably start Docker. Okay, now let's see, make run. There you go. I probably need to add that into the Makefile. So when I hit run, I do have start Docker. Start Docker. Oh well, not sure why I have to do this individually, but anyway, so that is working. So here we don't have the image, and that is a pain, but luckily we created our migration commands where I can just do make migrate down. So now if I go here, I don't have any tables anymore, but then if I do migrate up, so I'm gonna do make migrate up. Now we should have the image attribute, which is right here. So that's something really cool about the migrations. You can, handle this very easily, which is why I like SQLX or the migrate tool CLI. So now that we have that added, obviously we need to update our model in the service, and then the get service. So let's go to the service coffee. Then here I'm just gonna add the image of type string. It's going to be JSON, and we're gonna put that. Now you guys probably, whenever you save, you're gonna have the auto format that comes by default with Golang in VS Code. I'm just gonna use not Golang imports, is GoFMT. And there you go, I have the formatting. So that's the way you can format in Vim in case you're using Vim, which is, I just put semicolon, the exclamation mark, GoFMT. You probably have to install that. I pass the right flag and then the percentage sign to specifically assign this path. Anyway, that's for Vim. That's another story, another tutorial, which later I'll probably put. But anyway, so we have that. We have the image. We also need to add the image into our scan assignment. So coffee.image. And I believe that's it. I believe we're not missing anything. Just gonna go into the main, like services.main. Okay, that looks good. So now we can go back into the router. We still have that error. We'll deal with that. Okay, that's good. We have the controllers, that's good. So now the last thing that we need to do is set up our router inside of our main.go file within the command folder. Well, let's go ahead and do that. So I'm gonna go into my main and not this main, this main. So right now, if I go to my application struct, which is this one right here, now I can go ahead and do models, services dot models, and this is going to be useful because we will be able to easily reference any model that we have across the whole application. So that's something useful to have. Also, we want to add our routers in our server structure. And by the way, in our server structure here, we also need to add the, I'm gonna call it handler for route handlers. So router dot routes. But again, same thing, handler, routes, route handler, same thing. So now we have our routes there. Let me see if I'm missing anything. Return, we already have that. Main, we have the database connection. The config model service new DB. Okay, that is important. So here we also need to add the models. Why? Because whenever we are starting the application and we're connected to the database, we want to make sure that we have that connection between our services that we created in our Golang API with our database. So we're going to be writing here models and assign that to services.models. Actually, services.new. So let's do services.new, and we're gonna pass it db connection.db like so. Let's put the comma there so that the linter doesn't complain. Okay. So I believe everything should be fine. So I'm just gonna do the make run. Okay. And we have an error with the course. Okay, so router go unknown field expose headers instruct literal, unknown field allowed credentials. And I have a feeling it has to do with some typo, like probably I mistyped something somewhere because it's not important the proper course. So let's go and check that. Because I'm checking within my nodes. So router equals g new router. We already use. That's one mistake. So first of all, this is middleware. And then handler not declared by package middleware. Will I have to write that? I hope not. Alright, I'm just gonna rewrite that just to make sure that I'm using the correct libraries. Because sometimes when you write using the wrong library, oh, I see what happened. I was just missing a line. So that was right actually, and that's from the proper library. I was missing the router.use middleware. And then from there, I'm gonna put recover. And then that covers the middleware error. Now the course one, that one is a weird one. go.mod go g course. It's right here. I don't understand. Literally, it's right there. I probably had a typo because now I don't see any error. Expected string found func. Oh, never mind. I still may have an error. No require module provides package github.com. I have no idea. Why is that giving me an error? Now the error went away. I'm not sure. Probably I had to write. Maybe you guys never had the error. Probably it's one of my linter things, doing all that stuff. Okay, so the next thing, a node field exposed headers and struct literal. So I'm missing the exposed, probably. Yeah, exposed headers. Okay, and allowed credentials. Probably another typo. Yeah, it's just allow. How tricky can it be, huh? Okay, so now we're gonna do make run. All right, looks like it's working. So I'm gonna go to Postman, and we should get an empty array. V1 API V1 games. No, okay, that's actually not bad. If we get a null, it means that we actually are dealing with that scenario. So that's actually that's a good result. So now let's go ahead and add all those other CRUD services. Let's see if we can have like all the API done, and then I don't know, maybe I'll add like a React page or something. But at least I want to be able to finish with the CRUD, with the simple CRUD. So I'm gonna go to my services. I'm gonna go into the coffee. And there's a bunch of things that we didn't use, to be honest. So I may try to trim some stuff. Let me see if this works. I believe this was in the, yeah, before I forget, main.go here. No, not here. In the services main, models. No, actually I don't remember me using the new. Let's see what happens. So I'm gonna, oh, okay, so okay, services new. Okay, so we do need that. So probably that's gonna be added like in another process. Okay, so we do need that. All right. It is what it is. This we definitely need, because if we're returning the models, you know, we're gonna have the models added there. Yeah, okay, so we'll leave that as it is. Okay, so let's go into the services. So now we're gonna create the create the update and delete, and also get by ID. So let's do coffee. So now we're gonna do create coffee. Before I continue this, I know I'm doing a lot of stuff, but by the way, this is a very well done API. So if you see that I'm taking a long time, like this is actually really well structured, and this is a really good template for you guys to take and use in your project. So you know, at least there's that trade-off. Even though I'm taking a while, I'm actually also taking my time to do a really well-structured, even though it's simple, but a well-structured API. So what am I gonna do with the helpers? Before I go on with the services, I want to add the helpers, because with that, I deal a lot with the way we do the JSON parsing. It's just a cleaner way to do it. So I'm gonna go ahead and write all the helper functions and structs that I use in my projects. So the first one is the envelope. So what I do with my envelope, and as you can see, I create a map. So essentially, I'm just like kind of like creating a JavaScript object, if you wanna like look at it that way. That way I can then later convert it into JSON. So first I create a map. Once I have the map, I translate or convert or parse, I guess stringify. Anyway, convert the object into a JSON object. That's it. That's what the envelope works for. Then I'm gonna create my messages. So I'm gonna be writing messages in order to display errors and whatnot. So message struct. So I'm gonna have two type of messages. I'm gonna have a type of message that will log just normal information. We're gonna be using the logger library for that, and a type of error message. So those are going to be our two messages that we're going to be using. So I'm going to be using this. I'm going to set this variable so we can append more functionality into these messages. So my info log will have these attributes, and the attributes that we need to pass are the following. Well, the arguments rather than attributes. So we're going to give an output to the operative system. So we're going to use OS stdout. We're going to put this info label, then do that tab, and put a date before our message. And this should be log L time. So that way, you know, we have something a little bit more formal, even though it's custom, you know, it should look good. Same, or well, not same, something very similar with the, actually I can go ahead, copy that, and rather than info, this is gonna be error. That's gonna be an error log, and in the message, rather than info, I'll say error. And also we want to probably put the short file in case there's any errors. Short file. Okay. So we're also gonna have the message logs. I know we already have messages, but what we're going to do is create a struct that references the variables that we just created. That way we don't have to, you know, actually, no, we're gonna be creating this struct. That way we can use it across all the application, and then do like info.info.log or error.error.log with all the functionality that we just created in these lines and these lines. So that's what we're going to do. Create a struct that we can export. So info log, it's equal to the info log that we just created above, and then error log. So error log. That should be error log. There you go. So error log equal to the error log that we just created with a comma, of course. All right, so we have that. Now, the other two methods. Okay, actually I'm gonna write three more methods. And these are all going to be JSON related. So read JSON, write JSON, and then write a specific JSON, which is the error JSON. And these are going to be really important in the next controllers, because we're going to be dealing a lot with the body, with the messaging and whatnot. So let's get that out of the way before we move on. I know it can be a little bit tedious, but this will actually do a lot of work for us. So let's just, get that out of the way. So write JSON, as you can probably guess, this is going to be our function to write JSON into the, when we get a response and we want to, send it, we're going to be using write JSON. When we want to parse from JSON to Golang Golang objects, then we're going to use the read function that I'll create right now. But that's essentially what the read and write are for. And then the error JSON is just to write, but specifically errors. So if nothing happens, the error will be nil. But if there's an error, then we'll return the error. So out error is equal to JSON.Marshall. Actually, it's Marshall indent, but that's fine. Marshall indent. Then same handling. If we have an error, we return it. We can console log it too, but we already have something specifically for errors. So we don't have to redo that. So what we're going to do is that for every key and value that we get from our headers, we can write it. So W for write. So write a header with the key that it belongs with, and it's also and the paired value. I know it says missing return. We're not gonna write the return yet. We're gonna set a header of content type. So a header set content type, and you know the drill, application JSON. We're also gonna use the write header for the status, which is passed here as an argument. Marshall indent, am I missing something? Oh yeah. Here I forgot the data. And then I'm just gonna put it tab. Also, undeclared but not used. That's fine. Let's go to definition. So Marshall indent takes the data, any prefix, and the indenting. We don't have any prefix. The data is the one that we passed, and the indenting is the one that we are declaring. So hence this. Okay, let's go back to line 37. So same thing, we just want to make sure that we don't have any errors. So we're going to write the output, and we don't care what we assign this to. Can I use a variable type bias in an argument to write header? It's just write. Okay. So we only care because if it writes, then that's why we have the underscore. We really don't want to do anything because the write, it's already doing what we intend. We don't want to return anything. It's already done with the writing. But if there's an error, then same thing, return error. Otherwise, if everything goes well, we want to return nil because our only return is the error. We want to return nil error if nothing went wrong. So that's the right JSON. I should actually write the read above the write. So I'm gonna do read JSON. Same thing, http.response writer. R for the request, http dot request, then data with the interface. Where interface, by the way, it's meant to be like it can be of any type of data. That's what interface does. So max bytes, we are going to be declaring the amount of buffer that we want, which is this number is actually a constant number calculated to be 1 megabyte. So we're going to set our buffer to 1 megabyte. If we need more than that, then we're probably doing something wrong. Body equals http max bytes reader, and we're going to pass our write, our request.body, and then our max bytes. So that is in order to read the incoming data. So the decoder, so how are we going to decode or pass, or yeah, I guess parse, but decode is another way of doing, I guess, deserialize. So new decoder r.body, and then we just want to decode the data that we have in our body. You know, if nothing happens, then this should be nil. Like if all goes well, I mean. Otherwise, if there's an error, as we've been doing always, we need to return the error. Then decode data struct. I'll be honest with you. So we're already decoding the data. Here, I'm not 100% sure why I added this. I think this is unnecessary. To do eliminate if possible. So I'm gonna leave it there. I remember I had one box, so maybe it's there to count or something, but yeah, I'm gonna check if I can delete that because it doesn't look proper. So now, if error does not equal end of file, or like if we don't get, oh, okay, I'm guessing that like if we still have data to parse, because this should give us an empty struct. I think that's why I did it. So if we have an empty struct, means that it's the end of the the file of data, or the stream of data. So if there's no end of data, then something went wrong. There's something I don't know if someone tampered with our read. That's my supposition. I need to revise to be 100% honest, but it makes sense to me that it would be that. Must have only a single JSON value. Okay, so now we are going to return nil, redo okay. So I didn't do anything. I was just putting this bracket, getting rid of the space between this and this. I didn't add anything. Okay, so we have that. We have our read, we have our write. The last one that we are missing is the error one. Let's make a little bit of space so you guys can see. So let's do the last one, which is the error.json. So func error json w http response writer error status int. So very similar, it's just that now we're going to be passing the errors. So status code will be equal to http dot status bad request. If the length of the state of the status is bigger than 0, then status code is equal to status 0. Then var payload models.json response. So we're going to be declaring that payload. Do I have that JSON response models in the current name? Models. No, that's not it. I think this would have been inside of the service files, where I should have a JSON response code in JSON. Just want to make sure. Let me check my notes. So we have the token response, JSON response. Where is this? Package services. And that's probably on the main file. Okay, so I have it in response. Okay, so this is actually going to be quick, but it's just weird that I left it there. So I'm gonna create a responses file inside of the services, which will be the file that will have this JSON response model alongside with a JSON token, but we're not gonna be doing any authentication in this video tutorial, so I'm not even gonna write the token response struct. But it's a good practice to have your project fairly modular, not super modular, but also not super flat. Just the good amount that it's comfortable to look around for files or functionality. So JSON response struct where we are going to have an error attribute of type Boolean. This will be error. Then we're going to have message of type string. And then the data, which will be, it can have any type. So it will be interface, and we'll pass the object or the curly braces there. So this will be of type data, and we could omit this information if needed. So omit empty. And explicit declaration found. Oh yeah, that extra bracket there. Okay. So now that we have that, then we can go back here. And then models, probably now should be important. Or I can import it manually if not, but all right, so let's delete that. So models dot let's see if the linter picks it up. If not, I'll just figure something out. JSON response. No, okay, it's not picking it up. Okay. Oh, I need to add it. Okay, I know why. So I'm gonna go into my main.go for the services, and then here I'm gonna put JSON response, the attribute pointing to the JSON response struct. And by the way, you can say, hey, we never imported this. That's fine. When it's within the same package, you actually don't need to import it or export or whatever compared to JavaScript. The package knows that you have this struct here, and because they all have the same common package, so you don't need to import and export. Obviously, when you're dealing with other type of packages, like in this case the helpers package, right? So we're in the helpers. There, it doesn't know that it comes from another package, so you're gonna have to import the package at the way at the top. Now I have like auto importing, so my Vim is doing that for me. But you'll see models, JSON response, if this ever works. Probably I'm gonna have to do it myself, so github.com Arthur field is a CoffeeDB API. Imported but not used. What am I missing? Models. Why is my helpers not working? And I know we're taking a little bit long with this, but this is worth it. This will make your life simpler. Oh, okay, that's why. Because here I'm importing it as models, even though this comes from services. So that's fine. You can do that. You could also delete this. And then here rather than models, you can do services. So if that makes more sense, you know, just like we have here, obviously this extra. If that makes more sense for you, then by all means just just go that way. So I'm gonna leave it like that actually, and then I'll keep going with the rest. This is actually a really short function, so we're almost done. So payload dot error will be equal to true, because that's a boolean. Payload dot message will set that equal to the error. Well, it has to be error dot error. And then we are just going to write, and we're actually going to use the write JSON functionality that we already have. So that's actually kind of neat. And we'll pass the data or payload there. Okay. Now status, I have a typo. Status, that's fine. Okay. I know we took our time with this, but you'll see that this will actually pay off in the future. Let's go back to our services, and this will be our coffee services. Remember now that we added the image, so let's go ahead and create the let's go ahead and finish the create coffee functionality. So let's go ahead and create the finish the create game functionality. Create coffee. Yeah, as you can guess, my notes refer to like an API that I have with games. Anyway, so as before, we need to declare the context, otherwise cancel. Set that equal to context dot with timeout, then context dot background, and we'll pass the DB timeout as the second parameter. If something goes wrong, we'll defer. Defer. I think it's defer. I'm not sure how you pronounce it. Let's assign our query for creation. So what we're going to be doing is an insertion. So we'll do the following. So insert into coffees with the. So what are we inserting? Let's look a little bit above. So the ID, we don't have to create it. We are creating a new name, the image URL, the type of roast, the price, and the grind unit. We're not going to put created at or updated at. No, I'm lying. We will. We're not going to explicitly create it ourselves because that will be dealt with the time.now, but we do need the created at and updated at. Values, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, good. And then we're just going to return everything once we create that. You don't have to return anything, but I like doing it that way, so I'm gonna leave it like that. Same thing, we really don't care that we execute the query. This time we're going to execute it. I mean, we do care to execute it. What I mean is that we don't need a response from the execution. That's why we have the underscore. That's what I meant by the we don't care about the response. Or we don't care about the response being saved. Anyway, so we'll pass the context, the query, then we're gonna go ahead and do coffee.name. So we're gonna be creating our struct in that way. Let's add more lines here because sometimes it's annoying that I cannot see properly. Okay, so did I miss? Yeah, I missed a parameter. So here I'm going to create the coffee, which is of type coffee. That will be passed in the creation functionality, of course. Coffee name undefined, type coffee has no filler method name, does have name. Oh, sorry. This has to be uppercased. Okay, probably I need to put V for visualize and then shift U. Okay. So the coffee dot image, coffee dot roast, coffee dot price, coffee dot grind unit, time dot now, and time dot now. Alright, so that is the way our struct is going to be looking like. Same thing, if error does not equal nil, return error. Well, actually, I need to return a nil. What do I have the slice here? That shouldn't be a slice. So line 30, line 10. There you go, because we only care for a single coffee, not multiple in this scenario. And we're going to return the coffee. Alright, so that is our creation. That was actually very simple. Let's go ahead and create now the get by ID. I may want to put it in between of these two functions just for like $37. There you go. Just to make it cleaner. So, or just to have this project a little bit more organized. So let's go ahead and create that. So func c coffee get coffee by ID, where obviously I need the ID, and we're going to be returning a single coffee and an error, hopefully of type nil. Should no errors be there. Cancel equal to context dot with timeout, passing the context dot background and the DB timeout. If something goes wrong in this specific case, then we'll defer. The query will be the following. We want to select everything with the coffee dot name, coffee dot image, coffee dot roast, the coffee dot price, coffee dot grind unit, the coffee dot created at, and the coffee dot updated at. So that's all the information, well, from the table. Coffees, obviously, where ID is equal to the first parameter that we pass. And I believe that's it, yeah. Query declared but not used, missing return, yeah, that's fine. Okay, so now we are going to be getting a single row. So that will be equal to db dot query row context, where we will pass the context, the query, and the ID. Now the error, we are going to assign that to a scan, that if the scan is not successful, then we'll have an error. Otherwise, we should have been able to retrieve the single coffee. So coffee.id. I guess this won't be reading or this won't make any auto suggestions. So coffee.name, coffee.image, what else? Roast, so type of roast. I'm actually gonna paste as many as I can and then replace. So roast price grind unit created at and updated at. On the clear name coffee, could have sworn I had the variable there. Yeah, I do have it in my notes. Here I don't. It will go like the following. So coffee equal to coffee struct. The curve not used, missing return. Yeah, that's fine. Same thing, make sure that we don't have any errors. I know this is repetitive, but yep, that's Golang. Nil error if everything goes wrong. Otherwise, return at coffee. So we're going to be returning that reference. And hopefully nil errors. Could initial one variable with two values. Am I missing db query? db? Ah, yeah, this is wrong. This is row query row context. Yeah. All right, so that's our get by ID. We have the create coffee. Now we need the update and delete. Where update tends to be the most annoying part. Well, not most annoying, but it requires a little bit of manipulation. Actually, never mind. It's surprisingly short. Well, shorter. So coffee update coffee. So obviously we're gonna get the data from the request.body, but not from the function parameters themselves. So cancel equals context dot with timeouts, context dot background, and then we'll pass the db timeout constant that we created before. We'll defer if anything goes wrong. Otherwise, we'll keep on going. We'll create the query. And update. Well, let's uppercase it. It could be also lowercase. It's just I know that some people complain that some developers or some software engineers don't like to write SQL with the proper font format or case format, so I'll leave it as it should. So update coffees. We're going to set the following values. So the name equal to number 1, image equal to number 2, roast equal to number 3. I'm forgetting the comments. Let's do something. Let's add the comment snippet. Roast price number 4. Grind unit equal to number 5. And where ID is equal to 6. Yeah, the updated at. We also want to do the updated at. Updated at 6 or 6th value, and where ID is equal to the ID that we passed, that will be our 7th value. Okay, so now that we have that, same thing, underscore error is equal to db dot execute the context. So that's how we will run our query. And same thing, assign everything to, the struct that we will update. So c.name, c.image, c.roast, c.price, c.grind unit, and c.updated at. So let's add the comma so that doesn't complain. Also, these need commas, so I'm gonna do Control V in them, Shift A. Actually, no, I need to actually move my cursor all the way to the end, otherwise this won't work. Then Shift A, comma, escape. So now we have commas for all. So kind of something similar to what I had in VS Code, but done in a different way. Now we need to check for the error as usual. So if error does not equal nil, return error. If all goes well, return nil. Boom. Last one, the delete, and then we're done with the API essentially, and that's it. Func c coffee delete coffee. Again, we don't need to pass anything. There you go. We're going to create a context and a cancel variable, just like above. Same thing. Context dot with timeout. Context dot background. db dot timeout. Defer cancel if something goes wrong. Then let's create the delete query, which will be extremely easy. So delete from coffees, where I believe the from has, well, traditionally I believe these are uppercased, but I may be wrong. Where ID is equal to the first value. Now that we have the query, underscore error, again, we just want to execute the query. So execute context, ctx query c.id. If error does not equal nil, return error, otherwise return nil. Alright, so that is our full CRUD. Now we just need to add it to we need to create the controllers, then add it to our router. The controllers are actually really quick, but we do need to handle the body that we'll send and receive. But they're actually very short, as you can see, definitely shorter than the services. And I do this separation again to make it a little bit more readable. So let's go ahead and finish the controllers so we can pass the services within our controllers. And then and yeah, then we're done. Okay, just want to get my notes. Alright, so let's go to the controllers. Alright, so the first one is the get by ID. So func get coffee by ID. So this, if you want to get like the details of the type of a coffee, a packet of coffee or whatever. So you want to see its details, the type of roast and whatnot, region, blah blah blah. So our response writer, the request, so http dot request. So we are going to create a variable ID and we're going to assign that to g.url param. Why? Because this is going to be a parameter within our URL that we use obviously to create to get that coffee by ID. So we're going to say the coffee comma error will be equal to, and by the way, mod is referring to models because it's just easier to visualize, but I could just easily do that. It's just a little bit more cumbersome, but rather than add in mod, I'm just using services. So what I was trying to get to was the following. So var models is equal to services.models, and then from there I had it as mod actually, but models is more readable. Then here, rather than that, I want to do that. That's, you know, services model type. Well, that was the idea. All right, I don't want to, just to save myself one word right now, I don't think it's worth the headache. So I'm just gonna leave this as we had it. So services.models.coffee. And what are we trying to do with the coffee? Get by ID. So get coffee by ID. So here we're going to be passing the ID. Same thing, if error does not equal nil, return error. Well, actually here, this is where we start using our helpers that were pretty useful. So helpers dot message logs dot error log dot print line. I know we're using a lot of dot notations, but it does add a layer of structure whenever we're trying to make these logs, and it actually looks pretty neat, so I think it's worthwhile. So if there are no errors, then we're, instead of using the message logs, we're going to be using the method write.json, because we want to write that, and by write I don't mean create, we want to like expose that to whoever is requesting the data. So write error dot error http dot status that request. That's, what am I doing? It's not, I got confused. We want to write the data. http dot status okay. There you go. And then we want to pass the coffee that we're trying to get, which I should have declared here. Bar c is equal to coffee. I'm trying to see if I'm not using, yeah, I'm using coffee here also. So I guess we can write coffee response. That way it's more readable, because just the C may not be as readable. So coffee response is a little bit more legible and you know what that variable is doing. So let's leave it like that, coffee response. User, why do I want to pass a user? I believe I can get away. I mean, because the other API that I'm looking at, it has some distinctions with functionality. So I had like the underscore assigned to a user, but here we don't really need a user involved. So message logs that error log dot print line error. If error does not equal nil, return, well, here we're not returning anything. Or rather, we'll use the helpers. What is this? Helpers. Help. Do I have it written somewhere else? Helpers. Okay, only there. I don't know why. It's auto suggesting that it's some weird behavior. Okay. Helpers dot message logs dot error log dot, sorry, just making sure I'm following the proper logic. So I was not aware. I always forget why I have to put that in there, but I know that if I don't put it inside of that last if check, it won't work. So I know it looks weird, but essentially we are writing the new yeah, essentially we are writing the new coffee here. I believe it should go outside, but I remember dealing with this for a long time and it only work at the moment by having the new coffee variable here. And we're not returning anything either way, so services dot models dot get coffee by ID, where we pass the coffee. Now I know why I used the other one. Yeah. Why is this happening also? This annoys me. Services. There you go. I believe I'm reprinting some stuff. Coffee is okay. Yes, I'm looking at something else. I was looking, well, we're already here, so I might as well correct this. Create coffee. I'm a little bit tired, sorry guys, but yeah, I was looking at the create controller. So in order for us not to put this all in vain, let's just change this and I'll do the get coffee by ID, because I was thinking like, wait, this doesn't make sense. We're already getting the coffee by ID here. We should just return So then I see the write, then I see the coffee response. Sorry, it took me a while, and then the new coffee. So anyway. Yeah, I should have a create coffee at some point if I'm doing this. Jesus Christ. User help us return. So right, the JSON. So here, so error, and this will be services.models.coffee.create coffee, and we're going to pass the coffee response, because whatever this spits out, actually I may want to change this to coffee created. And then I know I'm using user in, doesn't matter. Coffee created. Okay, if there are errors, wow, I'm so that I did like this dumb mistake. There's an if statement. I don't know what the assignment was doing there. This shouldn't go here, that shouldn't go there. Okay, that's fine. Helpers.write JSON, and then we can go ahead and return the created new coffee. HTTP.status. Okay. New coffee. Jesus. Alright, let's go step by step. Coffee undefined service has no method coffee. It's annoying. Okay. Well, here, first of all, I have to reference this with services dot coffee, I believe. Undefined service. All right. So we'll leave that there. Now, I believe I can get rid of that. Could I call pointer method get coffee already on services coffee? Okay, so we cannot use that pointer to create the game, or to make use of the create game. Which is why probably I created initially. This is inside of the controllers. Models. I don't get it. This shouldn't affect anything whatsoever. It's annoying because it shouldn't have any effect. Undefined. Well, those has no method. Coffee. It's not a method. It's a struct. Good definition. Yeah, exactly. I have the struct right there. Let's see if we can add this to fix it. We'll declare a global variable var models, and I'll call this from services dot models. So then I'm gonna go to line 23. Sorry, actually here. And let's delete all that. So then I can do models. Copy declare but not used. Okay, so now it doesn't give me an error. Okay, that's fine, fair. Coffee created. We need that. Probably we can just use the coffee created. Status okay. Probably we need to import that. Okay, done. Print line undefined. Oh, typo. Well, I'm not sure if typo. It's been like crazy. Same thing with this. This would be models. Gotta remember, why do we want to get the coffee by ID create. Probably because I mixed it, because I'm pretty sure I don't need this. We'll need it for something else, but we also won't need that. We'll definitely need the following: JSON new decoder art.body dot decode, referencing the coffee response. Alright, that looks better little by little. So we got the coffee, we have the decoding of the body that we get from the client that sent it. Error manipulation, that's fine. Writing the JSON, that's fine. Creating the coffee and writing here the coffee create. Okay, that looks good to me. So I'm gonna leave it like that. Now, without getting confused, I'm going to do then the get coffee by ID. So I'm actually gonna copy this right here. And there you go. Okay. So we got the get coffee by ID. So now we're gonna do what we were doing before: g.route URL param, where this will be gotten from the ID parameter in the URL. Game equal to coffee, or error equal to models coffee get coffee by ID, where we pass the ID. the error does not equal nil, return, well, we'll just return, and then we can use the helpers dot message logs error log dot print line error. Otherwise, if nothing goes wrong, we write that message and an OK HTTP status. HTTP.status OK. Then we pass the coffee. Alright, so that is our read and create. Now let's do the update and delete, and then now we're finally done. So func update coffee. Same thing, so I can just copy paste this from here. And then I can add the missing curly brace there. So now var coffee services.coffee. We'll declare that struct for now. So error JSON. We need to know which parts of the coffee structure are we changing, which we'll be getting that from the r.body. So we use the decode, reference the coffee variable above, because we're gonna get all those results, and then just put it in there. Surprisingly, it's actually really easy to write this. The controllers tend to be shorter. So if error does not equal nil, helpers dot. All right, here I have an HTTP. So let's do this instead. HTTP dot error w error dot error HTTP dot status bad request. And then we return up this method if everything goes wrong. Otherwise, we write that into our JSON object that we will send HTTP dot status OK, comma coffee, and then we set that new error variable equal to coffee dot update the coffee, and where's our body? JSON is the body. I'm pretty sure I need. Oh no, actually no, I don't. Because I'm already passing the body here. Well, go to definition. I guess we're passing that by the context. That's my only explanation of how it could be updated, because otherwise I don't see how it could be updated. Yeah. It has to be it. We'll try it anyway. We have to try it, because if it doesn't work, then yeah, we definitely need to test that out. So if there's an error, then say drill message dot message logs dot error log dot print line, and then we pass the error. Otherwise, we do helpers dot write JSON within the error handling. So status okay, updated field. Just wanna put here to do check the arguments for the update service. Okay. Updated coffee. Okay, and that is our update. So that's it. Very simple. Now I don't have a delete. I believe the delete. No, I need to implement the delete. I don't know why I don't have the delete. What do I have on my notes? Because I should have the delete. Let's see. Doesn't seem that I implemented the delete. So since I don't have it implemented, I mean, I'm gonna go and have a guess, but this may not work. Not at the moment. Like I probably have to like Google, Stack Overflow, or ChatGPT now, and make sure that that works. But it should be very similar to the update coffee functionality, because that's the thing, the update coffee also doesn't seem right. I need to pass an ID, in my opinion, because you didn't even know which coffee. Well, you do know by this. That's the information where you get the ID. Also by the URL. That's what I'm saying, like that update coffee method, I need to check it. This doesn't look right. Actually, you know what? I've been taking so long. I'd rather do the update properly, because the delete it's always the simplest one. That along with the get. Update. Let's check for put. I'm checking my notes because it doesn't make sense. But you never know. Sometimes, like, you would be surprised how sometimes things work, and it's been a while since I did Golang. So field. Okay, so according to my notes, this seems to be right. I'm just gonna go ahead with the delete function. The delete has to have some sort of delete coffee by ID. So delete coffee where this can be exactly the same. Okay, so that's fine. So ID is equal to g.url param r ID. So then we don't need to decode any JSON. We just need to call the error models.coffee.delete coffee ID. Yeah, here I need to pass an ID. It doesn't make sense. String. Where am I getting this from though? Let's see. Yeah, I dropped the ball there. Now that makes more sense. Yeah, now that makes sense. Error declared but not used. Okay, that's fine. So now I'm going to do if error does not equal nil, do the same thing. Let's do HTTP error. Let's write error.error HTTP.status bad request. Otherwise, I guess we can return a message. Helpers.write JSON w HTTP dot status okay. That successful deletion. Well, I thought it was gonna complain more. This still doesn't give me any. I need to pass an ID. It doesn't make sense to not have an ID. So I'm gonna do the same. G.url param where these are comma ID. Just want to make sure that I did the same in get by ID r yeah URL param ID declared but not used. That's fine. So that update coffee. So for example, this also does not make sense to me. The update coffee should have two variables. It should have the ID and it should have the body, which should resemble the struct coffee. I don't get how I could have missed that, but now it makes a little bit more sense in my personal view. So I'm just checking something from my notes for the update specifically. So I'm checking the update. I want to make sure I have it well done. To me, it doesn't make sense what I have written in my notes for some things. Probably I have this incomplete. but if I'm updating something, I need the body of what I'm going to be updating. I don't think this is going to work, but I'm gonna leave it in case that it does. So make sure to update the c.name with body.name. So I'm just gonna try this before I go ahead, and then the last thing is just adding this. This is the simplest thing. So we have one get, we have a put. So well, let's go with a post, put, and then we have a delete. Where the get is fine, the get by ID is game. I believe it's like that. Route ID, yep. So that's fine. Control, this would be get coffee by ID. This would be /game. So we're going to be using the create coffee controller. To update will be /game/ID. So update coffee, and then the last one will be /games/game, and we'll pass the ID. Okay. Where this is the delete coffee. Okay, good. So now we have that. Make restart. Okay, so we have a few errors, but that's fine. So not enough arguments and call coffee within the controllers. So I'm gonna go to the controllers, and then here update coffee, not enough arguments. Yeah, because I'm not passing the body. Because to me it doesn't make sense that the body is just like inexistent. So now the coffee that we declare here should be enough to put it here. My only concern here is that this should return, this shouldn't be returning now. It should be returning a game pointer, the same as the create method would be doing. So I should be adding a coffee, and again this a pointer. Well, we probably need to wrap this with parentheses. Okay, and we need to return the coffee. Okay, so expected operand but found. And then if there are no errors, then we should be returning. Yeah, see, this doesn't make sense to me the way I have it. Sorry, I'm in a small window. Let's go to the services. This is where I was at. This doesn't make sense to me at all. Where's the C? This one right here? That's just to extend the update coffee method to the coffee struct. But this doesn't have any information, so this is just plain wrong. All right, so now the last thing that I need to do is, well, first let's delete that. Okay. And this body, let's change that to body. Okay, now that makes sense. The last thing is returning, if all goes right, return the body and no error. You cannot use body as variable. Type coffee as coffee and the value return statement. So I'm gonna reference, not a pointer, sorry, a reference. That's how you dereference a pointer, by the way. Okay, now we can go ahead and go back to the router. We may get another error, but we'll see. Yeah. Update coffee assignment mismatch. One variable, but coffee returns 2 values. Okay, that's good. This is actually good. Coffee object. Undeclared name, coffee object. Coffee object declared but not used. Okay. We are going to return then here. Sorry, not return. Write. Coffee object. Something a little bit more ideal would be updated coffee, but coffee object there is totally fine. Awesome. Okay, no errors. So ideally our API should be working. So I'm gonna leave this open. We have to go ahead and create a post. So HTTP localhost 8080 API v1 games game. Then we're gonna go to the body raw JSON, where remember we're gonna have a name. So this would be, I don't know, Lavazza. I'm gonna make this a little bit smaller. Get rid of this. Let's hide the sidebar. Let's go to the services coffee to see the model. Okay. So name, roast. The roast is medium. And I know I didn't have time to add enums, but the tutorial has been way too long as it is already, so I'm not gonna add that. Image. Let's choose a URL. So Lavazza beats. This is actually a really good packet. So copy image URL. There's not. Okay. Open image. Save, send page device. No, that is strange. All right. Copy image link. That's what I want. And yeah, normally they tend to be big links. That's fine. I don't care. Now let's open back my text editor. So name, image, region. So I think the bean is Arab, but I think the process is done in Italy, so I'm gonna put Italy. I may be wrong, maybe it's Switzerland, like the Italian Swiss part. Price, the packet goes for $30. I have another well, actually, you know what? We haven't done anything wrong. And I didn't notice. Maybe you guys did notice, but I didn't. It's not a major change. It won't break anything, but see what type of data is that, and what type of data we have in price. That's the other thing. The other one is the grinded unit. Same story. So price, double, nope, float 32, float 64, 32 is more than enough. And then grind unit, that's probably an int 16 is fine. Okay. Now I just want to make sure then that when I create it, yep, that's all fine. Yeah, so we wouldn't need to move that. It was only that, so good. All right, so I just need to recompile. So make start. No errors, perfect. Price, now I can put the price as a float or double or whatever you normally use. This price is lowercase. Grind. Grind unit. Grind unit. So that's like how fine or coarse. So I'm gonna put 2 because I like the grade to be very fine. And then we don't need to pass graded at or updated at. All right, so I believe that should be all of what we need. Type post. And boom. Whew. Okay, don't worry about this. Don't worry about the ID that's empty. That will be auto assigned. Don't worry about the null thing. Obviously, there needs to be some DTOs created for that. But now let's see if that appears here. And that does not appear, which is it's a little bit annoying. Just want to make sure that, okay, so nothing is written here. So that can mean a couple of things. First, when I hit this endpoint, I'm actually getting a response, and I'm getting around 200 response. So it means that everything is going well. Nothing is quote unquote breaking. Okay, so now if you see if you see this here, this right here, error, syntax error near return. That's an SQL error, and that's in the create coffee. I believe it's returning, not return. So let's do make restart. No errors. Error, column updated at relation coffees does not exist. What do you mean updated at does not exist? Update at. Wow. So here I have another error. This should be updated at. And that's why the migrations are very useful. So I'm gonna stop this and say make migrate down and then do a migrate up. And that's how fast I just restarted the migrations in the database. Where before you'll probably see the, okay, it already loaded the new one. That's fine. Okay, so make run. Let's make sure that we have a newly compiled binary. It shouldn't matter because this error is on the database side. It's not on the Golang code side. But anyway. Another error. Null value. Column region violates not null constraint. So I'm missing region on the create. And by the way, these are all messages from the helper. So now you can see the power of all the helper functions that we just created. Column region. Get all coffees, no, create coffee, okay. I omitted the region. Very, very important. So let's add this as a third value. So region. So I just need to add one more here. But here it's important that it's the third. So coffee.region. Right, because region is the third value here, and here also region is the third value. Okay. Now it is important to recompile because we did change the Golang code. So make restart. Okay. We don't get any errors. So, and this rather than null, it looks a little bit better, right? Except from the date and the ID, but you'll see that if we get something, it'll look properly formatted. Oh yeah, I missed the region also probably on the get all get copy by ID price, yeah, coffee dot region. Actually, before we move on, I believe it was written. Yes, here it is. Okay, so our post is working. Perfect. This is easier. Okay, so now make restart. Let's go to Postman. That looks strange. It should be formatted properly. Why is it being returned like that? I know that it should be formatted. I mean, it looks proper, so I don't have a problem with that. Don't worry about that. And the UUID has been created, name, okay, so that's fine. So let's go to the coffee controller. I'm gonna close this right here. Get coffee. Get coffee, but right dot JSON. Then environment SQL helpers. pretty sure that should be uppers right JSON. Yeah. I mean, I'm missing more arguments, but okay. I believe that was it. So W, then HTTP dot status. Okay. Helpers dot envelope. Now you see how the envelope will come into place. Coffees, and then pass the response here. And then we can delete that. Missing key map literal. I'm not missing the key. Oh, it's a semicolon, not a comma. Okay. So now we're gonna have to recompile again. So make restart. What? What is this? Oof. What is this? Oh, because I'm doing Marshall. I forget that I need to update to like the actual. Okay. Okay. And then response here, I can use all from here. And then rather than just that weird print, I can do the helpers dot message log dot error log dot print line. Then if I have an error, I put the error. Okay, let's format this. So go fmt -w percentage. Yep. Okay, that's perfect formatting. Make restart. Import not use fmt. Oh yeah, that's from the previous. Okay, again. Make restart. There you go. Now that is a proper format. So now let's make sure that we can also do the get by ID. So game. Okay. It's been way too long. I'm gonna stop the video right here. Yeah. No, I should be able to get this. So I'm gonna give it 5 more minutes. If in 5 more minutes I don't get this right, then I'm gonna stop right here. So let's try that. So we have the get coffee by ID, we have the ID coffee, get coffee by ID, that's fine. Get coffee by ID. Missing from clause. Okay, so there you go. So get coffee by ID, select for table C. Coffee.go.29. I believe that is not correct, that query. Update field set. Get field by ID. Yeah, I don't know why. why I went through such trouble when this is wrong. Select everything from coffees. Where ID is equal to 1. Yeah. That should make sense. Make restart. SQL expected 9 destination argument scan, not 8. Okay. Again, I'm missing region. Coffee.region. Wow. Make restart. As you can see, the restart command is very useful. There you go. Now we have the get by ID. Now let's try the put. Where we'll probably be putting out fires. Just want to finish this API so you guys have something complete. So let's go ahead and update this one right here. So I just want to make sure because I have a feeling. Okay, anyway, let's go with it. So we're gonna do JSON. Let's go ahead and copy all of this. Let's change this to updated. Okay, we have an error. It's not completely broken, but if we see this null, it's probably not a good sign. Okay, syntax error at or near where. All right, so update. So it seems to be all SQL errors where ID is equal to okay. Again, make restart because that's on the Golang side. Another error, expected 600 has got 6. Same thing, missing region. Region is equal to, rather than I'm just gonna put it in this case at the end. That way I don't need to change much. 6. Now this is going to be 7. And that's going to be 8. So now region has to go below grind unit. So nothing breaks. Region goes there. Make restart. Okay. One more error. Expected 8 arguments got set. What do you mean? I already put 8 arguments. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh. What am I? Oh, the ID. Missing ID before argument. Where do I pass the ID if it's not there? Do I pass it before? or at the end. That's how I was doing. Oh, I was just saying missing the comma. Duh. Okay. Let's recompile one more time. Labat's updated. The ID doesn't come out, but that's fine. Let's do a get. We should see Labat's updated. Labat's updated. Now let's see if I only put the name. I think I may get an error because I'm expecting to have everything within the name. Labat's updated too. I believe that we cannot do this yet. I would need to implement it. Or these values would probably be blank. That could be a possibility too. Yeah. That is a possibility too. Yeah, so I just need to, whenever you do an update, just make sure that the previous values are also there. It's not the ideal. Obviously, there's ways to, maybe if I use a patch. Well, first, before I get creative. Okay, now let's make sure that we have everything there. Okay, good. Now, let me see if I can use a patch. Updated. Just so you guys don't have to go through all the trouble and whatnot. So put DC post. The one that we're updating is this put to a patch. I'm gonna go into my router, go here, put patch. Let's add it here to the methods. Patch. Patch, okay, that's fine. Let's do make restart. Just want to see if that works. If not, we'll revert it because we know that the update method works. Yeah, it also stays blank. Okay. So, yeah, same thing. All right. So I'm just gonna leave it as put. Expected and offline. There you go. So that is the original URL. I'm gonna go here and where it says patch, change it to put, and that's it. That's all I did. I'll leave the patch even in the allowed methods. That's fine. I don't mind. Now the last one is the delete. It should be the easiest. So I'm gonna create another one just so you guys can see the deletion a little bit easier. So I'm gonna call this Eli and grind unit 4 price 10.49. Okay, so now was that not created? Yeah, it is there. I getting errors? Nope, no errors here. Okay, so the last thing it could be the services. Yep. Update coffee. Get all coffee should be a for loop. That looks fine. What am I missing? For rows, dot next, var coffee or scan coffee.id, da, 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 da. We also have the region, so that shouldn't be a problem. Band products return. I don't see why this wouldn't work. Rows error db query context. Yeah. Coffee, slice coffee, furrows. Yeah, I don't. Oh, because I'm using the get by the. Oh my god, I'm very sleepy right now. There you go. We have both of them, and you can look at this in the browser. Jokes on me. Am I messing up something? Why do I have games? Probably I messed up in the router. And probably you've been seeing this like for the whole time and I'm just like oblivious to this. But hopefully you put coffee rather than games. Jesus Christ. Okay. So I'm gonna change all the games for coffees. And then I'm gonna change all the single words that say game for single coffee. And hopefully you guys didn't make the error that I did. So restart. Okay, so now this will do coffees. There you go. Now that makes more sense. Okay, so that works. So we're going to be deleting the Lavazza. So we're going to be using this ID. Let's get rid of the patch. The patch, it's actually now output, but whatever, we're not going to use it because we've seen that it works. So localhost. Now remember that now it's coffees / coffee / ID. Successful deletion. So before we have the Lavazza and the Ely. So if I request, now we have one. Boom. We have a working CRUD. Amazing. I know this took ages, but whew, it took me a while. Now I know this took longer. And by the way, I didn't have anything prepared. I was a little bit confident that I feel very comfortable with Golang. I probably should have prepared something. I mean, I do have my notes. I do have a repo that I go by, but it's quite different compared to this. So I made some changes on the go, which is why it probably took a little bit longer than what I would have wanted. But hopefully you can use this to create your CRUDs. There is JWT authentication, but as you can see, this is already way too long. Now, probably you've seen, well, maybe you've seen my Rust video with the API. That Rust video, it really has a lot to be modified because that is not scalable. I don't like the structure of how it is. I don't think it's very friendly to use and modify. This is very well done. This is a very well done project, even though it's just doing something so simple. But you have error handling, you have your folder structure, you have your migrations, you have everything in place to make this project yours, and just update it to your needs and likings. So in my opinion, even though this might have taken longer, I think it's a really good project that you should try out, and yeah, make the changes that you want. So if you like this video, please give it a like, subscribe, and I'll see you on the next one. Peace.